Okay, well, it looked to me like we were streaming in the first place, but I'm not sure what's going on here exactly. Let's see what's up. I'll start over briefly, I guess, because apparently it wasn't streaming properly, but now it seems to be. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why. I'll start over briefly. All right, so this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything on my screens with the video, and then I can, my voiceover provides indication as to what I was thinking at the time. It's not for financial advice. It's not for trade advice. It's to provide complete transparency and accountability. That's why I stream from now 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon every day, 5 days a week, so that there's the possibility of no, I don't want to be in a situation where so many people that you see on the internet that, oh yeah, well, I was down big, and then when I closed the stream, but I was able to get back to even or whatever it is, in the afternoon. Well, that's just crap. So I'm not going to go there. Let's move on. It seems like everything's okay here now. The stream's not monetized in any way, so I'm in it for the likes and the subs, and I appreciate the feedback in the chat. And most of the time I'm talking to myself also, so that's important to remember. I stream in 1440p, 60 FPS, so if your quality looks a little fuzzy, it should not. You can hit the gear in YouTube and pick as far up the ladder as you want to go quality-wise. And this will support that. Okay, seems like everything's okay here now. So let's move on to the numbers. I try to follow the same format every day to be consistent. Most of the numbers this morning are out this morning. Chicago PMI will be out in about an hour. At 9 o'clock, we've already had the core PCEs, the initial jobless, and the PMI. I thought PMI, I guess just PCE, and then Chicago. Oh yeah, PMI Chicago, that's coming out pretty soon. And we have a whole pile of earnings today, including Apple and Amazon and MasterCard and on and on and on. This is a list of earnings for just today. Tomorrow, of course, we have the world famous or infamous, perhaps, non-farm payroll report. So that's a biggie for tomorrow. We have hourly rate wages, non-farm payroll, unemployment stuff, the S&P PMI, ISM manufacturing PMI, all these, and the Michigan number also tomorrow. So those are big, important numbers. We don't have any. We have one scheduled random risk here at 1500 for more executive order signings. It's the man who would be king, I guess. Amazing to me. Anyway, but it's nice that they're trying to schedule those so that we have some advanced warning about them. I call them random risk because they are market moving comments often, but we don't know they're coming. So that's definitely risk that you can't recognize or mitigate. You can recognize the possibility, but you can't mitigate them, which is if you're a project manager, you know what I'm talking about. So here is get into the pre-market here. Full session. Here is yesterday's RTH session. This is the mini ES. And here is the overnight. So we're looking at a gap up in the overnight, opening type today. Here is the NQ mini and the micro composite ES, and the market profile ES minis. I also track and plot the micros here. So because I push data and make it available freely to share with people. So let's see what we've got here. Here's our close and our high of the day yesterday, and here's our potential opening spot. So we're looking at about 20 handles. Close was at about 64.35, and right now we're sitting at 64.54. So just about 20 handles gap up. This micro composite chart is a is a very simple RTH session only, daily bars. Wherever they price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing generates a micro composite VPOC. These red and green lines here that you can make out are the high and low volume nodes. They push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And as I said, this is the market profile. Or some people refer to it as TPO charts. Here we are in Bookmap. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these flags. Here is I've already recognized the gap low from yesterday potential, which is yesterday's high. My gap works on range, not value or POC or any of those things. So this is the high of yesterday's RTH session, and wherever we open will be, this is the gap low, and this will be the gap high to the open. This is the all-time high, which was put in on the 28th of July. However, it is in the ETH session, not the RTH. This is the gap high from the RTH session the day after that. So they haven't been able to get back up here yet in the RTH. And I fully expect that to happen because it's a well-known character flaw that the RTH traders can't stand that the ETH session holds records of any kind. Typically, obviously, that's just an old, floor wives' tale or whatever, but it bears out quite true. And then these are the high and low volume nodes. The full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. So last night has been a gap up, but very, very narrow range. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Now, this is an important column for me. It's my notes column, and the first thing I do is change the title of the column to the expected open type for the day. And I do that because when I look back at a snap or the stream, when I see this open type, it gives me a lot of information instantly. I also then put all the flags in here for the migrating VPOCs, and I put this open type also dictates the probabilities or statistics for the associated price levels, which are pushed here from IRT to Bookmap. We'll do the stats here in a minute. There are no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. There is a POC for both full session and RTH. The POC is, none of these levels are mysterious or magical or hard to figure out. The POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. The most number of contracts have traded at 64.54 in the overnight so far. The minute one of these levels down here is one contract higher than that, it's going to move there. That's all there is to it. The volume weighted average price for both the Globex and the RTH session, and this could be considered actually an indicator because it is a calculated level, and it is the volume weighted average price. Then I have the mid for the Globex, or for the RTH, which is, pretty obvious. The mid, right? The middle. A line that confuses some people, or levels that confuse some people, are the IB high and the IB low. IB referring to initial balance, which is an old market profile acronym. And what these levels really and truly represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So they just outline the range of the first 1 hour of the RTH. That's all. And the rest of them are self-explanatory. Value area low, settlement, RTH mid, the open, however, up and down you go. So that is how I chart them. And let's take a look at the statistics here now. The statistics are also not complicated in any way. This study makes it pretty handy because it calculates them all automatically each day. And after we open, IRT will highlight the correct column or open type. Notice there's only 4: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Gap up, gap down. Simple. So we're going to be over here today. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 514 of them. 25% basically, right? 25.7 to be honest. Of these days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 414 times, 80.5%. Overnight volume point of control is right here, buried under this VWAP. You see that there? And it's 80.5. Boop. And that's all there is to it. Pretty simple, huh? Then I simply go down the list. I go down the list here, and we have next in line is the overnight high. I don't know what that's all about, but anyway, there you go. Next in line is the overnight high, and that is 77.2. Overnight high. I use the correct terminology here. The ETH is the extended or electronic trading hours, which starts at 1700 at night. And up down here, the previous RTH low, differentiating between the ETH and the RTH sessions, which are the two primary sessions of a trading day. Okay, just FYI. And then we have the IB high at 65.8, which is great. Okay, that IB high is living right there. Now, what I'm going to do is and I always type the initials here, and I'm sure you figured out why. Once we open, this flag will move to wherever the high of the current RTH session is. Because remember, the IB high and low just mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH session. So, if I didn't do that, then later in the day, I'm going to be going, what the hell is that? What does this 65.8% mean? Previous high is 66.0%. So here's the previous high. Sorry. Notice in the stream I clear my throat a lot. I guess it's just a nervous tick. I don't know. Sorry. What? The overnight mid is 64.2. And that is hiding here somewhere. somewhere that I don't see. Well, here's the overnight, and so the mid has got to be here, and I'm assuming that it's laying right underneath of one of these. Let's wind this out a little bit, see if we can discover where that is. There's the overnight point of control, so that goes right there. This is going to be the overnight mid, I'm pretty sure. Yep. All right, so the overnight mid is 64.2. Typically, as you can tell, they run down in order, and they are fairly consistent with that. If you notice that the POC, the overnight POC, is usually the highest percentage revisited, and then it moves down on the two interior ones in range. The overnight mid is typically the second, but it changes on these gap situations. So let's get back to where we were. Overnight low, or IB low, is 58.4. Okay. And again, we'll go 58.4. IB low. Low. How low can you go? And we need to get this guy up here. There you are. One other thing that's worth pointing out, I guess, is that this is the naked POC for the most recent RTH auction. What does that mean by any chance? This is the location, the RVPOC. This is where the POC for yesterday's RTH session was when we closed. So by definition, it is the location of the naked POC of the most recent auction. I leave that here every day from habit and, part of my process. I've now started correctly putting it in the micro composite column because this is the location of a naked POC, and sometimes we don't go back to them. For example, we may go gap and go today and not get back here for a week. You never know. So, and every evening I change and clear these columns in anticipation of doing what we're doing right now for the next day. Okay, so there's that. Now, I'm going to do something that I do every day. Which is now I can do that one. So what I have just done now is this is a snap that I do every day for the T-Lab. What is the T-Lab, you ask? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And you can see that right here. And it's started and run by a guy named Tom B., and he continues to maintain it. Now, the reason I do this plug for him every day, it is truly an anomalous thing in today's internet world. First and foremost, it is completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to take full advantage of it. You do have to join the Bookmap Discord server, of course, and then you navigate to the Traders Lab by Tom B., and there you are. All of the conversation, the screen snaps, the resources that are stored up under the pin there at the top, and all those things are completely free. And most importantly, you'll never be solicited for anything. And I say that again, you will never be solicited for anything. Tom has got nothing to sell. I think he gives of his advice freely. He is a professional trader with 46 years experience trading. You're never going to see a bunch of gold chains or a wrap Lambo. But I believe him, He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. But I do believe that he's a professional trader and has been a success at it from just the years I've been around the T-Lab and the conversations. And so I do recommend it. It's the only site, including on the Bookmap Discord, that I do recommend. Because I certainly haven't visited all of the others, but I have visited 2 others, and they were more typical. The second word out of the guy's mouth was, that's available for sale on my website, and my mentoring is only $950 a month, and, usual. And so I just immediately left and would never go back, nor would I recommend them. Every day in the T-Lab, I post the numbers and the reports early in the morning about 6, and then every day about 8:20, I post this chart to kind of give people a leg up about all the numbers for the day and the things that might be applicable to the upcoming session. Started a long time ago before this stream even, when right around the open, there'd be a whole flurry of questions about what was the POC, what was yesterday, something or another, right? And so I thought, well, if these folks had access to all these numbers in one spot, that might help. And I've just continued doing it. And nobody has said, it's boring, we don't need that. So I just continue on. I used to be a much more of a participant in the T-Lab. But there's, as with many Discord or chat rooms, the crowds come and go, and, there's a bunch of new experts all the time doing a lot of chatting, and I have devoted myself to the stream. So because it is my journal, again, as I pointed out already. The reason a couple of reasons that I journal here this way on YouTube. It is completely, as I said, transparent and accountable, number one. And number two, I don't multitask well. So I believe journaling is important, but I don't multitask very well. So in order to, if I were going to journal the old-fashioned way, I'd be doing screen snaps and typing and things through the day, and that hangs me up. So this way, I don't have to lose my focus. All I have to do is talk about what I'm thinking, verbalize what I'm thinking, and all of the video is captured automatically. I stream it to YouTube for transparency and accountability, and also that I can review it on any device. So that's pretty handy. I don't have to be standing here at these desks, to review the stream. Okay, so we're getting ready to rock here now. The next, we're going to open in 2 minutes, and something that's pretty important is being able to trade, right? So to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel and choose a method. You will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is the chart active data column or live data column. Dome, the only place you can use your mouse to trade are the 2 dome columns, or both. Guess what? Both of them. That's right. And you can also trade with your keyboard in any of the 3 configurations, but the computer focus must be on the application here in order for your keyboard to work. And that's typical of it. That's a Windows thing, having nothing to do with Bookmap. I also use multi-brackets. Risk management system, which is real simple. This is the smallest risk neutral package, and they need to be in even numbers. The stop for both the entire package is 1 level. The stop for the first risk neutral target is at the same number of ticks as the stop, and then there's the runner. So that's all there, and I'll go back to that again. I'll go back to that again. here we're going to open in 30 seconds. So let's get ready to rumble. Gap open. We're going to open up here. I'm going to say right around 46. So we're going to gap up about 20 handles. No, I'm sorry. 35 to 46, about 10, 11 handles. So the gap rules will apply. And there's our open. And this son of a bitch just will not do. I am tired of that. I don't care about the memory thing. I want this thing to reset. It's supposed to reset, and it's supposed to do it on a double click. It's supposed to do it by the configuration. It's supposed to do it on double click, and it's not working at all. So I'm really frustrated. You see how this is having a problem with aggregation down here? When this happens, it sucks up all the memory, and that's, sucks all the memory out of the room. That's really disappointing. I don't know why this computer is. I build my own machines, and this thing is an i9 12900K multiple, bunch. The most cores you could get on a i9 at the time when I built this machine, and it's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a 3060 RTX NVIDIA with 12 gigs of RAM in the CPU, or GPU. So there's no reason for this thing to lag for any reason. And it's only started happening in the last couple of months since I upgraded the last time in Bookmap. So it's really disappointing because I like to have my data correct, right? Now we've gap open, wherever our open is. Here's the gap high. I will flag like this. Okay. Now, what does any of that mean? Well, we've almost closed the gap if we have not done so already here. Let's just check. No, not quite, but pretty damn close. And we need to wind this up so we can see where the hell we are. Here is our gap. We're within a tick of the gap close. So gap rules are in play for absolute sure. And the gap rules say that, excuse me, let me continue this. I put a marker now at the session start of each session, and I keep the entire session visible through the day until I'm going to zoom in when I'm anticipating engagement with the market. I find that gives me a better sense of scale and perspective, right? And I try to keep them $1 high. But the problem with that is, like yesterday, when you get a big wide range, you can't do that because you can't see the top or the bottom. Gap rules. Okay, back to gap rules. Say that if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted in range and value, there is a greater than 90% probability that we will trade across that previous value area. Well, what has happened today so far? We came right down to the gap and turned around and hauled ass. So that would be, essentially closing the gap almost to the T and then turning around and taking off the direction. And I just noticed that in my hectic evening, I didn't update the expected move. the daily expected move here. So disregard this for the moment. I'll do it again. I can go back and redo it today, which I will do. What am I doing? Okay, got to turn around and get all these set. I need to change my charting from full session to the daily session, like that. I do that every day. And there's a reason for it. It's to keep the session prices, which I push and share with people. Morning, Antonio. Which I share with people to be consistent. Gap and go. Looks like so. We closed the gap, and now what are we going to do? This afternoon, we've got more big earnings. And then tomorrow, of course, is non-farm, so magic. Last night was quite a opportunity to get somewhere if you're trading the ETH on those earnings. It took off up and never looked back, especially the NQ. So here we come back down to, remember, this is our gap high, or gap low, I'm sorry. This is the previous RTH high from yesterday. I'm going to put that right there. Oh. I guess this thing has got its knickers out of the knot here, and so frustrating. I'm going to have to ask Rod and those guys if they get the same crap all the time. It's just irritating to me. And I'm pretty sure I have one of the more stripped down setups here for Bookmap, in that I only have 4 instruments, and maybe the problem is all of the levels I push. I don't know. Looping back now to the setup here, remember that I set up the risk neutral 2-lot package to trade. We selected both as the way to interact with the computer to trade with your mouse. And the final step is, once I confirm that this is the package I selected, I click the button again up here for the trade control panel, and it stays green. The padlock stays unlocked, but I get the screen real estate back for charting. And I have the same data points available up here, and I'm able to do them. I don't believe you should trade your P&L in dollars, so this is set for ticks. And I also have the cancel and close all button, so I don't need this other stuff over here. Because I use multi-brackets, I don't need any of this stuff down here. And that pretty much finishes off the conversation about setup here. For some reason, I seem to always lag, even though I have 30 minutes. Okay, where are we now? Well, we've got the charting switched. Everybody's excited about how wonderful the economy is. Some of these trade deals, as they're portrayed by when Trump announces them, pretty amazing. I won't say. Obviously, you have to wonder where if there's any element of truth in them. That's unfortunate, but that's a problem. And if so, then you wonder, what the hell? Why would anybody agree to that? Oh, you know, one of the interesting ones was the South Korea thing that he said something about yesterday after late in the evening. Was a great deal, and they're going to pay us 600 or 360 some billion dollars for any assets owned by U.S. companies. So does that mean that South Korea is going to nationalize U.S. Holdings in South Korea? That seems pretty weird to me. And we have just closed that gap. Okay, here we are. There's the gap. It's closed. Now, the question remains, will we stick? Will we find acceptance down here? If we do, gap rules suggest that we will trade across that existing value area. Now, here's value, so we're not in there yet. This is still range. And you'll notice that this happens to be a big point of liquidity at $1.78 or $1.80 right here, just above value. Earnings. So we've got one more number out this morning at top of the hour. I'm pretty sure I went through all of that, but let's loop back through it in case. Microsoft jumps 8.2% to surpass $4 trillion in market value. Holy crap. I'll be really honest, even though I'd like to lie. I can't get my head around how much a trillion is. You know, a billion is tough enough. And now it seems like a billion's chump change. You know, we got so many billionaires floating around, and there's just Musk contributed $260 some million to get Trump elected. How in the Christ can that possibly be legal? And of course, the only reason he did that was because he knew he could manipulate. He had several really important investigations underway with the SEC and various other regulators that were going to definitely go against him and them if the Democrats stayed in power. And the minute, of course, that he got Trump elected and became best bros, all of those investigations and cases were dropped immediately. How in that Christ can that be legal? I got no clue. But, you know, that's it. Apparently how it works nowadays. So here's the economic calendar. We don't want to look at tomorrow. We know that's going to be an earth-shaking event with the non-farm payroll. So here's our continuing jobs, and the only thing we got left now is Chicago PMI in 1 minute. Oh, so it's 8:45. Sorry about that. I don't like Jeff Goldblum. I hate looking at that ad. Seems like an obnoxious guy, always has to me. Maybe a really nice guy, I don't know. So there we go. Let's see what this Chicago PMI number comes out like. I don't know how it can be 1 minute because it's only 8:43. I would think Chicago PMI comes out at 8:45, but seems like maybe things are off. Somebody suggested that the reason I'm having trouble with this reset is that it's not, the clock is off, the computer's off from the time server, universal time server, which I don't think is the case. And I've actually set up a task that resyncs the computer to the time server every morning at 0700. So I don't think that's it either, but it is kind of funny that we're at 844.32 down here, and the numbers thing is saying that the PMI is out in a minute. Well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Of course, this is not real time, so that's the last thing we should look at for time. I'm going to stick with the clock. Now the PMI should be out. And there it is. It's 47.1. Forecast was 47.9. So all green numbers across the board. Up we go, huh? Yeah, I guess. And guess what? Yeah, burp. We did take out the overnight low. We got down to the almost to the value area high. Didn't quite get in there. Closed the gap. So as in keeping with my workflow here, when a number has been hit or achieved or whatever else, I change the text from whichever red or white, whichever it is, to black. So the gap's been closed. Now this is the all-time high for the RTH, and that is no longer the case. This was set on the 29th, okay? That is now no longer the case because the all-time high for the RTH session is now up here. Okay. I'll change that later. Confusing. I keep track of those because, as I pointed out in the pre-market discussion, this all-time high was put in during the RTH session on the 29th. The real all-time high of the contract is up here on the 28th, recorded or established in the ETH session. And there's a big problem with these guys in the RTH session. They don't like to have the ETH people hold records or levels or anything. So I've been anticipating this to fall, and we got pretty damn close yesterday, right? Now we've put in another all-time high, of course, in the RTH session, which is up here now. Or I'm sorry, the ETH session, which is up here now. So this goes up here. And this gets changed to 31. I'm assuming it was 31. I'm not sure what time that got in there. Yeah, it was 31. Because this is the overnight session, so it starts yesterday evening at 1700. And this has been taken out now and moved up to wherever today's high of day is so far. Right about here. Right here somewhere. Know what I mean? Now, I can do all of those later. They're insignificant at this point, but just to explain what all these flags are for here. So, what are we going to do? I just need two little trades. I need two of my standard trades here to just get over this hump of my milestone. My goal was to have that done by today, which I've not done. Disappointing. Especially disappointing in the fact that I could have done that easily in this week. Maintaining my vigilance for IB trades only. But they both, I could have easily had those two trades in the course of this week without any heat. My failure was to recognize the change in the context We started out rotational, which means, indicates, suggests, whichever one you want to use, that we would have an IB failure. And in both cases, the recent memory, I mean, I think maybe it's more days than 2, but anyway, the 2 that I remember and took screen snaps of, actually, context had actually changed, and the potentially successful trade was the IB continuation rather than the IB failure. And I was not flexible enough, or, my my thinking wasn't agile enough to get the tanker turned around in time, or to recognize that. And I'm still not sure how to do that, but I'm just talking out loud, remember? Okay. What's is going on now? Charting is switched over. We got into value just barely. And I do mean just barely, and rejected out of it. So in keeping with gap rules, the gap rules say that if we are accepted in value, high probability will trade across that value to the previous value area low. The opposite of that is we are not accepted in value and rejected back out of value, and range, which is right there, the probability is to trade across and in the direction of the gap. So if you're, depending on what you're trading or what your setups are, I'm hopeful that you have specific setups. I'm sure Antonio does. That you trade, as a business, not as a gunslinger or clicking that mouse like you're killing snakes or whatever, I don't know if you can hear the backup beeper of the garbage truck down the alley or wherever he is, but I'm going to mute off here. There's a lot of little gremlins moseying around, I mean, I very definitely didn't log out of anything or log in with another program or anything else, and now it's having a problem getting back into Rhythmic, which is what drives both IRT and Bookmap. And this progress bar down here is not having a lot of fun. Looks like this is working, I think. Well, we're logged back in, I guess. So that's a good thing. You can see the gap right there. Why, go figure. I don't know. Been logged out because I connected with another program. No, I did not. I've only got 2, and I didn't connect with anything else, so I don't, beats the hell out of me, man. Gremlins. But I'll tell you what, I remember I remember before there was an internet or computers, and so this has definitely been we've definitely come a long way. What I'll do now is do a data download to make sure they're up to speed, and that's really hard to do with IRT. You just do that. It looks like it's thinking about something right now, actually. Why, I don't know. Man, I tell you. Irritating. It's probably doing some homework in the back, I guess. This doesn't look right here. Go to that. Notice those two. It gets out of whack with the VWAPs. Now it's normal. Okay. I may restart IRT here. It seems to be having a problem. Yeah, it's having a problem. Or the computer's having a problem. I don't know. I'm sure sick of this shit. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, well, I'm going to restart IRT. I have a tomorrow I will do this. I should have done it today, damn it. I'm going to shut down IRT just before the open and see if that affects the column restart and whatnot, which would indicate to me that it's I don't know how the hell I can be having a RAM overload. I got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and anytime I look at the task manager, it's never more than about 30% CPU or RAM use or GPU. And I've got Bookmap running on the GPU. So, but right now this is still screwy, right? So I'm going to shut down IRT here. Restart it. Typically, I tell people in the trader's lab that I'm doing that, but since it's going to be a pretty quick restart here, I'm not going to bother. Because this, I push these levels to lots of people. I don't know that anybody pays much attention anymore. There's pretty much a new crowd in there that are doing the new posting and L&M and that whatever his name is guy. Some of the old people are still there, Rod and Ned still posting there from time to time, and Furs and those guys, but I used to post a lot, but not anymore. Can't think of that one guy's name. Anyway. There we go. Let's see what happens now. Excuse me. All right, so that little hiccup has happened where I've restarted now. This seems to be okie dokie. At this point, once it's got itself back to normal, kind of, the queue is empty. I'll do that's how it's supposed to work. The download. Can watch the progress there. Make sure that we get the current data and historical data all up to date. Also change this to, oh, what the hell is that? There we go. I'm gonna the day session or the RTH session from the full session. It's still downloading the historical data, so excuse me. Well, I'll tell you, these times go in 5. We're already at 9 o'clock. Wow. We closed the gap, weren't accepted. Back on the other side of the range. We're in a fairly narrow range, 27 to 50, so 20 handles, basically 22. 23, call me a liar. I dare you. Okay, this blurb down here is for where that rhythmic dropped off and restarted, and I don't know. I'm not going to mess with redoing the data on Bookmap. I don't care. It'll read, it's a short enough gap, so what? And I don't think there's any problem with the flags all align, so I don't think there's any problem. This is not in alignment, however. The RVPOC, this is from IRT. And then here is from, there we go. Now we're talking. Okay. Never mind. Yep. Looks like everybody's okay now. Only have 2 programs here, actually. Well, 3. Because Rhythmic is always running to power both of these, but with this machine, if this machine is bogging down, I don't know what to do. I guess my only thought is that I'm sorry I went back to Intel. I should have stuck with the Ryzen's, because I didn't have any issues with the Ryzen 9 machines I've built before. So when I got back here to the States, I thought I'd try this new Intel, I don't know, Lake or whatever it was called. i9 with bunches of cores, and a lot of stuff was supposed to be great, and I thought I'd give that a whirl. And the problem I have now is, of course, because I chose that, I can't just pull out the CPU and throw in a Threadripper or a Ryzen or something, because the motherboard is different. So that's, and I have 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. Maybe that's also a problem. I don't know. But I would think that this machine is more than enough to run these 2 programs and without any issues whatsoever, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And nobody can seem to answer or will step up and say, oh, well, it's this problem. I've gone to Bookmap support and Elena and those guys and, other people I know. Disappointing. But, but. Here's a full session view. This was yesterday's RTH, ETH, current RTH, back up we go. And we're about half and half. Interesting, huh? We're below in the negative numbers on the NQs and green on the, but that doesn't make any sense because our percent change is green here. So, well, I guess it does. We're below settle. So that's what causes the red and green on everybody's charts, which is it's kind of like a I forget what they call it over at Bookmap or TopStep. That indicator where basically it's everybody, where are all of their traders positioned? How many of them are long? How many of them are short on different things? I forget what they call it. It's essentially the same idea. Only on a much bigger scale, of course. Red and green and as dictated by where we are above or below, where any instrument is above or below settlement. And there's our open, and here's our session so far. Close that gap, and thank you very much. And skedaddle out of there. Tilt. That's what they call it, I think, is the tilt. See what that, I think I still have access to that. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. The tilt. Yeah, I do. There you go. Whoop. So this is the tilt thing with TopStep. In the ES, they're 56% long and 53% short. I'm not sure what the hell. Oh, 6% long and 44% short. There we go. The NQ, 68% long and 32% short. This is all of the TopStep, supposedly, all of the TopStep combine traders and everybody. This would be the day here. Somewhere, wherever the day started over here. There's 8:30 right there. This big bar. That big bar down is 8:30 on the MNQ. I haven't done any of this stuff there today. All right. 9:05, the IB high. Or, kissing the IB high. Here's where we put in that high. Remember that the IB high continues to go up with price, and the IB low continues to go down with price for the first 1 hour, at which time, 9:30, they stop moving, and then the IB statistic becomes active or live or whatever. Mm-hmm. Oh, Tom. Funny how the old gap rules and things like that seem to play out. I mean, obviously that's how they developed, I guess, and why they shouldn't be any surprise to me that they seem are pretty dependable. People have been working on them for Stottlemyre. I think he developed market profile back in the early 80s, mid 80s maybe. They've been working on them ever since. But it is reassuring when things like that bear out. Those kinds of statistics bear out. Speaking of bearing out, get ready to trade. I'm going to go fill up my water bottle there. Here we go. Not much happened there in that brief pause. I wonder if, where are we with the random risk potential here? Microsoft is a $4 trillion company now. We already saw that. A bunch of stuff with the Kremlin. They're all pretty impressed with Trump's performance, apparently. Not sure what's going to happen with all of that, and he's really opened a can of worms in Gaza. That's a real disaster. Not a surprise, but a disaster. What am I doing here besides typing and thinking and not talking? Okay. Just typing something there to Garrett in the static. Well, thinking in terms of the gap rules, which is what I was just typing to Garrett. We did close the gap. We did just poke our nose in value right there by by that little guy. and are rejected out of it, then up we go. The gap rules say that if we are rejected back out of value and or range, then there's an extremely high probability that we'll trade in the direction of the gap, trade away in the direction of the gap, which remember, we have an ETH high up here, which is a new all-time high again. So that isn't a surprise that we would do that. And we are basically, yeah, we have at this point at least 2 distributions, so it's not a perfectly balanced day. Suggesting IB continuation. Now, of course, the last 2 days when it was balanced, the IB continuation ended up being the ideal trade, and I suppose today it'll be the the IB failure, you know. Wouldn't it be nice if you could land on one sure thing? Oh, that's an extra big bummer there, GA. I'm sorry to hear that, really. I mean, I know I've said this a couple of 3 times, but maybe just look at the 2-lot risk neutral package and slap that thing on there and let it run. You know, I mean, and don't monkey with it. Maybe, I don't know, but then again, you got 12 grand and got into an XFA, and I'm still fluffing around over here needing one more trade to get out of this 50,000 into an XFA. So I certainly don't feel like I'm qualified to give you advice, or anybody else for that matter, but thinking out loud, but I am real sorry that you're back to a combine. That's a bummer. I'm sorry. I'm sure demoralizing. And this is probably not a good week to get to get back into it. Maybe just let these kids have their way with it today and tomorrow. Don't forget tomorrow's non-farm payroll. So, wear your spurs if you're going to be trading. But yeah, maybe let all this BS get over with, and all of the hoopla with the tariff story and the ultimatums and everything else. The reversals in policy, we put a penalty on China and people of 25 or 35% for buying Venezuelan oil. And then last week we give the green light to Chevron to start pumping Venezuelan oil. It's like, whoa. That blew me away, because that's, Venezuela's been persona non grata since way before Maduro back to Chavez, or whatever. Wasn't it Chavez? Yeah, I think so, Chavez. Been a long time. It's like all of a sudden we recognize North Korea. It's been about the same length of time, I think, which wouldn't surprise me either. Nothing would surprise me anymore. That's for sure. I will say one thing there, GA. It's really sound thinking to be using a combine. I've known people that were erratic in their trading and were using live accounts with their own money. If you can't make money in a combine, it's sure as hell not going to get any better with your own money on the risk, at risk or on the line. I don't think so. Yeah, I think in that regard of that kind of thing, I think it's a real, what you really stand to lose is the combine fee. And I think you're trading a 150, so I guess that's probably $100 or something. I don't know, a month, as opposed to. Well, let's see, the drawdown or the max loss limit on that 150 XFA is like $4,500, right? Or something like that. So yeah, it's definitely a good policy you're following there. That's good. And then if you can just get a handle on not trying to hit, home runs every time, I really suggest just try that. Try it for a week or two, the 2-lot risk neutral package. And just when you see the setup, pick a setup that you like. When that happens, throw that thing on and then throw your mouse out the window. You're either going to get to, T1 and T2, or you're going to get a stop, one of the two. But your risk is contained, and just a suggestion. And again, I'm nobody to give advice. I'm thinking out loud here. And so what happened then? You bought the top of the balance area and it sold off, right? Well, if you bought it, it went up. Yeah, so you bought it and then it sold off. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Yeah, bummer. But if your risk, if you had your risk, oh, well, that's a bad thing to do there. Yeah, if you just use that risk neutral package and then just, have a limit. I'm going to take I won't take more than 3 stops in a row, for example. That would be $900 with that 2-lot, full stop on the 2-lot risk neutral package. So. And again, I've had several opportunities this week to have had nice, even in a couple of the cases, I have even stood here and narrated them, but not taken them. The setups would have been, no heat winners to T1 and T2, but so I'm not anybody to give advice, but just talking out loud, or thinking out loud. That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that, really. But I think you said, I think I remember you saying the other day that you've had 2 or 3 funded accounts or something. So this is, you just need to get your head around that. I really would say just use a risk neutral 2-lot package, or if you want to be a big shot, use a 4-lot. But you're doubling you're going from $300 to $600 loss, so that can add up pretty quick. So 3 of those is $1,800 instead of 6, right? Or whatever it is, 12. Yeah, and get used to, put that trade on and let it put it on and let it play out. Either to T1, T2, or T1 and scratch, or scratch or short or stop. I mean, and put a limit on yourself of 3 trades a day or 3 tries a day. If you take 3 stops in a row, that's it for the day. Maybe. I don't know, It works out. I mean, that 2-lot risk neutral, here you go. This 2-lot risk neutral story, right there. Now, you can determine what you think once you set the stop in ticks and you have the contract size or the package size, then the T1 risk neutral scale is already already in place. It's the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negatively, and it's for half of the package. So the minute you have this figured out, or let's say it's a 2-lot, and you decide that this is what risk you feel comfortable with and you think is appropriate in the market for the risk exposure and for the volatility, then this one is already set because it's by definition. And then the runner, of course, is also something you can come up with how you feel this is optimized. In my case, I think 48 ticks is right. So the point is, every time this trade goes on, you're risking $300 or 24 ticks in the E-minis. And if you say, write down in your tree plan or whatever else, I'll take 3 stops in a day and that's it. And there you go. And, if you get both of these targets, that's $750. That's a pretty good payday. Not quite 2-to-1, obviously. Well, it is just a little over 2-to-1, not quite 3-to-1. So, risk reward. So that means that if you take one stop or one profit target, you can essentially take 2.5 stops before that's equalized. That helps you gain, that's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back rather than the other way around. Just a suggestion. Or, if you want to, if you like trading, you like seeing size on those numbers, you can go to the micros. If you want to trade, And even I would still use the risk neutral package, but anyway, that's just me. And Rod has gone away from that, so for me it's real goods from I think makes sense for me psychologically in the way I trade. And we have crossed the great divide. So the IB high will no longer move, nor will the IB low. The statistic is now in play. One thing that I've learned from my trading, for me, I absolutely do not try to trade to the statistic. In other words, right now, okay, do I think it's going to get up here to the IB low, or IB high? Because we're above mid, we're above VWAP, however, we're below POC, you know what I mean? Or the other way around. Oh, no, I think we're going to go down here because we're below POC and mid and whatever else. And I think the stat will be the IB low. That does not work for me at all. I wait for the statistic to be taken. In other words, one of these to be taken out, which gives more credence to directionality, the direction we're moving. And then I make the decision, is it an IB failure or an IB continuation? Which are the only 2 options. And this week, I've had a problem recognizing that context had changed. Because I don't even remember which days, but we were balanced. And then we came out of balance, and it turned out that the IB continuation was the best trade option. But I didn't recognize that quickly enough, or wasn't, mentally agile enough to recognize that. And of course, today we're more directional, so I'll think that it's going to be the continuation, and then I'll turn around and it'll be the IB failure, you know what I mean? I'm going to make a liar out of you no matter what. So let's see where we are, which way we go. Remember that there's the basic IB statistic is, whatever, I forgot to do that, I think. The basic IB statistic is now the first 1 hour is gone, past, so the low and the high will not move anymore. The statistic is an old one from the market profile days because that's where the initial balance came from. But what it says is that there is greater than a 97.8 or 7, whatever it is today, % probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of this RTH session. And that's the case in all 4 open types. And I can prove it. Right here. IB high or low, 97.5, 98.2, 98.3, 97.9% probability in all 4 open types that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price. So that's one hell of a statistic. A couple of ways to look at that, and also down here you have to remember that, where'd it go? The IB high and the IB low, in other words, both of them, it's a 26.4% probability that both of them will be revisited. At the moment, we haven't revisited either. What does that mean? That means that today there is a 2.5% probability that neither one will be touched. That's one hell of a statistic also. More, sometimes I think it's sometimes more interesting to look at these statistics from a different perspective. Rather than 97% of the time we're going to take one or the other, 2.5% of the time we're not going to take either one. How I would approach that, not now at this time for sure, but if this was say 2:30 late in the day and we had not taken either one yet and we're right here, I would say it's a very, very good probability to put a trade on targeting the low, because there's only a 2% probability we're not going to get one or the other. And if we're close to, in the RTH session, if we're close to one side or the other, and it is late in the day, that's one to look at. Another way to look at it, which I picked up originally from Murat Askar, who was FT71, if the IB statistic has been achieved, in other words, let's pretend that we go down here and we take out the IB low. And sometime during the course of the day, we trade up in here. Well, there's only a 25, whatever I said, 26.4% probability that we'll take out both. So there's an 76% if you're up here and we've already taken out the IB low, for example, there's a 76 plus probability that we will not take out the high. So that's also a good way to look at the statistic. 2 different ways that you can think about the one statistic, which I think is interesting. So let's get back to the business at hand here. We're past 9:30. We haven't taken either statistic. We are fluffing around down here by the low, which is kind of interesting because we're now going to be back inside the previous RTH range. where we were just rejected out of value. This is the previous value area high. Okay, so this is a real crapshoot. I would say this is a situation where we could be really affected by random risk. You know, Trump decides he's going to invade North Dakota. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. The reports are out of the way for the day. We are in the hold for tomorrow, of course, but the reports are out of the way for today. So the only thing that we have on the plate that could have a serious impact and disrupt the auction is the random risk, right? I believe. Or that's just, you know, again, I'm just thinking out loud here. But that is the point of this stream. It is my virtual journal, you know, and the usual disclaimers apply. And there is a disclaimer in the description, actually. I'm not sure if that suffices anymore, but that's, you know, somebody wants to sue me, good luck. As my old parents used to say, you can't get blood out of a turnip. Oh, knock yourself out. Obviously no trades here today, but there are days when I do. And so it is also important to understand that there is a built-in delay with YouTube. So, you know, be aware of that. I don't take real fast scalpy trades, or, you know, this is not the kind of thinking and trading that we do here. So that delay of YouTube is more applicable, or could be more dangerous in a scalping kind of an environment. If you are trying to copy somebody's trades, that person could be in and out of the trade before you even saw about it. And obviously what you're seeing on your trading chart is going to be different than what you're seeing on YouTube. It's going to be later. You know, your trading chart is going to be ahead of YouTube. I don't know how to change that. I would happily have it be live in real time. I don't mind at all, but there is a built-in. I guess it's just typically the processing of the signal, I guess, and then re-pushing it, I suppose. Okay, boys and girls, here we go. Sneaking up on that IB low. Ooh. Previous close, that's usually a pretty good statistic. Let's have a peek at that devil. Previous close is 46.8% of the time. How did I figure that out? This is the study. We're higher in range today because there's only two criteria that establish that. Where did we open today as it relates to yesterday's close, RTH sessions I'm talking here, and yesterday's RTH session high? Well, we opened higher than the close and out of range, higher out of range. So we jump over here to the study, higher out of range. And these are the statistics. These are the number of, or the probability and the number of days that price revisited each one of these levels based on a look back of 2,000 days. So out of 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 515 days. Of these 515 days, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 414, 80.4%. What I was just looking at was the previous close. We revisited that 241 times, less than half. What an amazing brain I have. 46.8% of the time. So there you go, 46.8. That's how it works. Again, nothing is magic. Nothing is mystical. And nothing is, this is all math and statistics. And that makes sense to me. And that's how I approach it. And so here's the statistic for the previous close. Now, I would love to be able to convince y'all that you have to obviously send me money to listen to all this valuable information because only I know it. They call me Gandalf. I got a pointy hat and a wand, you know. That would be it's phenomenal to me how many people fall for that crap from the internet influencer kind of people, really. But I guess I should be careful saying that. Who the hell knows, you know? It is amazing, isn't it? This is the entire day's range. These are the session prices pushed by IRT. These are the percentages, the probabilities that these prices will be revisited based on the probability of the look-back study that we just looked at. And then these are the value areas. Or the volume profiles, I'm sorry, for the RTH session and for the full session. The high and low volume nodes, which are simply the high and low volume nodes of the volume profile for the micro composite. And these are entered by me, different points of interest to me from the micro composite chart. Micro composite chart is right here. It is nothing mysterious. It's a RTH session chart with daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around those bars. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC and these red and green lines, which are just high and low volume nodes of this micro composite volume profile. And there they are. So, here we go. I am currently vetting. Vetting means you capture a data set of specific occurrences, and then you determine if that has a positive edge or not, a positive expectancy, probability, pick the word you like. So the way we do it here is I have identified, and we have identified, whatever, that the IB trade is the one I'm going to vet. So I've identified a setup, which is the IB statistic has happened. And then there is the qualifying parameters and the trigger. Every time that happens, I capture that instance or that occurrence. And after you have acquired or captured or copied or recorded a statistically significant data set, so that you've gotten your data, your outcome is reasonably outside the realm of a random distribution, then you can determine mathematically or statistically, does that have an edge or not? And if it does, you take every instance of that trade and that with those criteria and trigger that's set up in the live market. That has a lot of calming effects in that, okay, I know that I'm looking for the IB high or low. So I'm now starting to, zoom in and anticipate which it will be. For the first hour, nothing I'm going to do. There's no hurry up, hurry, scurry, and blurry, or, adrenaline deal going on. It's you anticipate what's going to happen, and if it meets those criteria, then you take the trade. That's so much more methodical and relaxed, I guess you could say. And then also I apply that risk neutral trade philosophy or trade package system, which I've talked about, on top of that. And that's what I'm trying to do. And there is no right or wrong way to do trade. We all here know guys that trade with no indicators, no volume profile, no anything. Just a, 5-minute chart and make a lot of money. It's whatever the process is that works for you, stick with it. Now here we go. We're approaching the IB low. If we exceed that, this statistic will be satisfied. And there we go. We just did, technically. Now I need to think about and assess whether this is going to be an IB continuation, which means we will test back up here, come down, perhaps, and then continue on, or will it be an IB failure, which goes back up here? I need to make sure that I've got the right package set, confirm that's 2 lots, both. Yep, okie dokie. Now what's going to happen? Now I need to think about this pretty hard. The reason for that, for me saying that, is we are at the extreme. So the IB failure is a mean reversion back to the mean. IB continuation is continue on. This is a likely target right there, or trigger right there, and I probably was busy talking and missed it. Yep. God darn it. And you see that we are at 63. We were at 26. We're at 22. That's 4 handles. We would be scaled. Boy, I'm disappointed about that. And now I have to wait and see what price does. And don't let disappointment turn into chasing or FOMO or any of those beauties. How will we react here at the IB? Having pushed through it down to this liquidity, which was 317 contracts down there. I'm thinking that this is a short. So there we go. Now we'll see if this develops in my favor or not. Basically, I've got the IB continuation trade on. What I'm looking to do is get the risk neutral scale, which will make me a happy boy. That doesn't make me a happy boy. And basically the trade's on, the bracket is set, and it's going to do what it's going to do because it's a random market and a random environment. And I'm not going to change stuff. One of the things that I need to be aware of is that I am absolutely positive I don't get more intelligent after a trade has been entered. All right, there's my risk neutral scale. Now, the worst that I can do is scratch. And I hope that we get down through this IB and down past these liquidities, and that I get, my profit targets. But at this point, I'm risk neutral, and I can't possibly tell you what a relief that is. Psychologically, I personally can think and manage my trade so much better. What do we have below us? Well, we got the MCVPOC down here, high volume nodes, naked volume point of control. 65% of the time in this open type, we revisited this area right here, which is the previous IB high. Remember when I put those initials in there? That's how the old guy remembers what 65.8% is about. Would I like it to drop off? You bet. Oh, look at how this liquidity lifted off right here. That's interesting, isn't it? I would love to see, well, we've got 326 of them living down here at 419. Will that be a target? Or is that a floor? Don't know. We don't have any substantial size above us. And then we've got 204 down here a little further. That means exactly nothing, except for the fact that, again, it's just reading stuff, right? We are at that we have that IB low, or the naked volume point of control down here. This was, if you remember, the location of the POC yesterday at close of the RTH session. That was the most traded price in all of yesterday's RTH. Now, this is not particularly encouraging here, but these are the kind of times when you start thinking about how do you, and once you're scaled, it's so much easier to think rationally about this. How do I manage this trade? Okay. Do I now scale up? Oh, looky here. Do I now scale up to my T1? Do I try to scale up tighter to lock in profits? Or do I leave everything alone and allow it to play out, which is what I'm thinking at this point. One more push, boys. You have to be real careful now how you move these targets. If you get your mouse inside of this active data column, you can be in another trade you didn't anticipate having happen to you. Got pretty close there, but we did no cigar. That's disappointing. Now I have to consider, am I going to let this blow back in my face? Or am I going to lock in T1 and be disappointed I didn't get T something else? We kind of had we kind of reached a floor right here at the previous VPOC. A little bit surprising that there wasn't one more lift below us or one more drop below us there, because that is typically, if you think about it, that there would be stops down there below that POC. So my thinking now is to let this run. I got two options. I can leave it, or three. I can leave everything alone. I can bring my stop to entry, which would be a complete scratch. Would lock in one. Or I could bring my stop to T1, which would lock in both contracts at 12 ticks. And it does, that's a real thing to think about, how you're going to manage the trade after the trade had been on for a while and you've achieved these various targets. I've toyed around a lot with the idea that once price moves another 3 points, then I come up to the T1, trail up. I'm just thinking about how that works, because it's pretty disappointing to be in a situation like this and then have it come back, and right here would be a complete scratch. So we'll see what happens. My thinking is to let this play out. But these are the things that go through your mind. And, everybody has a different way of managing trades and whatever else. So. That's disappointing. That's got to be some news right there, in my opinion. The first thing I look for when something like that happens is who said what, random risk, right? So let's see. Who said what? What time is it? No, I don't see anything. Oh, Christ, no. That's okay. At 12 o'clock is a White House press briefing, so that's not a good thing. Not a good thing. In my opinion. And only because of the random risk involved, That is that's a who in the hell knows deal, right? Well, haven't gotten anywhere yet, but at least I'm risk neutral and scaled, and here I sit. Thanks, Antonio. I don't like the price action, actually. We'll see. See what happens. I don't see any real impetus for us to be getting lower here. No magnets down here. They got through this naked volume point of control in the IB high. The IB low is 58%, but still, I don't see any real beauty there. Now is when I start really thinking about, do you take, see money, take money, or stand back and just let it play? The only thing that I really dislike is having them getting substantially in the money and then it blows back in your face. That seems to me to be not the best trade management. But, no sooner than I say that and we could fall out of here, and we don't have far to go. We got 204 contracts down there at about 16, I guess. Oh, yeah. Come on, sell them babies. Show your daddy who's boss. Let's, get down there. Come on. Go get some, fill up my tea glass here. Even though I'm risk neutral scaled and all of those things, I can still feel I'm aware of a definite adrenaline bump, right? It's interesting to watch yourself, the physiological self. Well, he's a medical guy. He must know all about those things. I'm just a broken old cowboy, right? I barely know the words, let alone what it means. One more push, kids. Come on. Be good to daddy. As you can imagine, I'm thinking of locking them in now. One more little bump, though, and we're going to get right through that liquidity and probably down to it. I would hope. Oh, I don't like the looks of that. Or that. Those are delta buy side delta. Now I need to think about bringing my stop up to, I'm thinking T1 or even above these swings. Maybe I won't need to. Oh, come on, girls. Really? You're gonna be that way to daddy here? Come on. There we go, T2. Okay. I like the looks of that. So that's it, you see? And did you notice how they all popped up, all 5 of them? So that trade was copied duly across 5 contracts, meaning then that that's a 300 tick outcome because each one is 60 ticks. Yeah, that feels good. And now, of course, I'll be scolded by Rod for being a wuss and not moving my target down to this MCVPOC or whatever, but you know, shit happens. Yeah. Well, that makes me feel pretty good. Well, I've got one more of those left now, and I will have made my. I'm not going to take another trade today, and that because I'm only working on the IBs, right? So, but I can safely tell you that feels good, and I hope is a good example of there's this statistic, the criteria, the trigger. Pretty, I think I'm following my plan pretty well, and that makes me feel good. I mean, makes you feel a hell of a lot better than following your plan and then getting stopped out. Yes, that's pretty obvious. So not to think about this in terms of money or brag or anything else, but to put the possibility of trading into perspective. This 60 tick, what you see, took 953 to 1010. Seemed like a hell of a lot longer than 15 minutes, didn't it? Did to me. Okay, in 15 minutes, I took 60 ticks. I won, however you want to look at it, made 60 ticks. If you put that in dollars, that's $750. Well, if you can make $750, if I can make $750 in, 15 minutes once a day, I'm a pretty happy guy. I have no delusions of being an 8-figure trader or, that would all be great, but you got to walk before you can run, I believe. So what I'm shooting for and what I'm talking about and what I go over in the pre-market is, and in my analysis of trading as a business, consistent profitability. Running this as a business, not gambling, casino, drug dealing, any of those flash in the pan kind of deals. But it consists, a mini mart, a gas station, car dealership, whatever it is, where you have day-to-day consistent process and it has a consistent edge. Now, this also brings into view the theory of trading as a business and the law of large numbers. Okay? 60 ticks nobody's gonna retire on 60 ticks, or will it pay in this country? Will it pay, your monthly bills or anything else? That's where the law of large numbers needs to come in. When you repeatedly take these setups and opportunities as they present themselves, every time they present themselves, because there is a known edge, and then that 60 tick. Just here, a perfect example is this copy trade story that's going on. Okay, this one trade is really 500. Is really 60 ticks times 5, right? It's 300 ticks. And that's the same idea. That is in a sense the law of large numbers illustrated. So rather than $750 here, in reality, this manifested to $3,500, $3,750. So that's the way to approach it, I think. And you'll notice that I never look at or talk about money. I think that's one of the worst things you can do is trade your P&L. I'm only referencing it now to try to make a point about how you don't have to knock that baby out of the park. It's guys like Rod now are doing it a little. They have expanded themselves. Rod would have his targets down here at settlement probably. So he's, there's another 5 handles right there. There's another $300. And on and on. That is a classic example of let your winners run and keep your losers short, or in hand. And where I got to go now, after I've vetted these trades, I can't be moving these targets down, even though I'm thinking about it, because that would skew. If I moved this T2 down here, I could not incorporate this trade in my statistics because it violates, it's not consistent. I want to know what percentage of the time I enter this IB continuation trade do I achieve T1? What percentage of the time do I achieve T2? What percentage of the time do I stop out? Well, if I move my stops up here one time and down here the next time, or I move my T2 from here down to here, down to here, down to here, I can't include those. Those cannot be included in the data set for vetting the trade. So that's the reason I am doing what I'm doing. Hopefully that'll make sense. Or not. Okay, Antonio, take care of yourself. Sorry I missed that. I didn't see you leaving, my brother. Hi, Panda. Hi, Panda Danda. Oh, little rub on dad, girl. Little rub on dad, girl. All right, so oops, I forgot I was unmuted. I hope I haven't been standing here talking to myself like normal. But anyway, yeah. Just getting the screen snaps set up and whatnot here for the journal. And I'm pretty thoroughly content with my performance today. My read, there's the IV statistic. Here's the parameters that justify that and the trigger. T1, patience, no heat at any point. T2. Yeah, did it go another 30, another bunch of handles? What the hell did that do? So if it damn near went another 15 handles, which is another more than 40 ticks. But this would not be, I could not include this trade in my data set for my vetting process of this trade because, as I said earlier, the target has got to be the same. I want to know how many times did I achieve T1? How many times did I achieve T2? How many times did I take a stop? If I'm moving these all over the place, I can't, then that is not part of the data set. I think I said that earlier, but anyway. Who knows? It's 10:44. We have just in 1 minute rounded the corner from T1 to RTH1 to RTH2. I am content to stand by and keep an eye on this. Last day of July. My son's birthday. And our little blonde temptress will be speaking at noon in about 1 hour and 15 minutes. Well, I tell you that there are so many goofy conspiracies and things zooming around. Oh, and Trump is going to sign more executive orders. Holy Christ. The man who would be king, boy, he really is after that. I have I wonder, I'm sure somebody's keeping track of it, the amount of executive orders signed, first of all, and second of all, in some sort of fanfare, you know. I can safely say that I don't ever remember a time, except maybe a historic occasion like the Obamacare Act or something like that, being a press conference. But those are bill signings. Those are not executive order signings that I'm remembering. I have no, I mean, you know, and that's just, hey, 100% up to him, up to them, I guess. But boy, there's a lot of crazy stuff going around. You see on YouTube or whatever. Somebody using one last night. Somebody using, you know, body language stuff of this of the press secretary here, and how she's, you know, some secret tete-a-tete with Trump. And, you know, I was like, come on. And A, who cares? And B, isn't there something more important for the world to think about than that in this day and age? Really crazy. Her story is kind of interesting, though. She doesn't publicize it much, but she's married to a billionaire and has had a child recently, and he is elected to assume the role of Mr. Mom while she pursues her upfront thing with the press secretary story, and she gets $200,000 a year for that, plus all the benefits. Not that she needs it with a billionaire husband, but apparently they met when she was, I didn't know this, but she was running for Congress or something, running for an office. And they met, and when she was trying to get contributors, I guess, or donors, and he, I guess, doned more than money, and they have a child now, and good for her. Good for them. No problem at all. Okay, the briefing is in an hour or less, hour and 10. God knows what that'll be about. I certainly don't listen to those, but I want to be aware of them and not certainly be in any kind of a trade then. Those are the random risks that I refer to often. Well, Been talking to a mute. Sorry about that. Okay, so it was a great lunch. My wife is, I think, fattening me up for slaughter, if I had to be honest about it. He is a phenomenal baker, and we're a really great couple because she's a phenomenal baker and chef, and I'm a phenomenal eater. So it's a match made in heaven, huh? Maybe not. Oh boy. Let's see now. Okay, I know what the problem is. Scrubby dub dub, 3 men in the tub. Intermediate heavy, holidays bid ask. Boom. Now let's see if that line just keeps coming back. I don't know what that is, but it isn't anything is what it is. Oh well. It happens. So it's been a successful morning. One nice IBC trade in my one more brick in the wall for my vetting process, which I will likely conclude in this week, and then go to the next step, which is just trading and confirming that, and start analyzing what setup I will vet next to add to my playbook. As I said before, I chose the IB trades first because they are obvious, right? Obvious as the nose on your face, and there is no question about when they are or are not applicable. There's no possible way you can take an IB trade before 9:30 because there's no IB statistic until then. Also, there's two trades in that group. There's the IBC, which I took this morning. That is an IB continuation trade. And there's the IB failure, which is a mean reversion trade. So you can trade both sides of the market, rotational or directional. I need to think of another one similar to that. And in the meantime, I'm going to step away here, and the cats came in here and had an intervention, insisted that I go take a shower, so I can't get out of it, I guess. Have a great afternoon, lunch hour-y kind of thing. The Levitt, I think it is, the press secretary, the little blonde gal, is having a press conference at the top of the hour, which excludes me till that's over with. And then there's a brief period of time there when we may or may not have random risk, and then Trump has got the spotlight from 1500. Oh, I think it was 1500. Now I'm saying all kinds of stuff that I'm not sure about here. Let me confirm. Okay, there we go. The young blonde Levitt, Caroline Levitt, Catherine Levitt, something. And then Trump with another sign-a-thon at 1500. And we've got Apple, Amazon earnings out at 1600, so that could light the fire. Last night was a runaway train. That was on Meta and Microsoft. Yeah, so it's a real good time to be prudent. And here are the earnings for the day. Apple, Amazon, MasterCard, on down you go. Now, let me point out to anybody in earshot here, I use investing.com, which I think is a It's a little bit more concise and easier to read. You can filter it to your time zone, what reports and numbers are interesting for you or your part of the world, you know. It's free. It also has earnings, and then there are dividends and news and, you know, watch list and blah, blah, blah. Financial Juice is a more, I wouldn't say popular because it's only just come around that I know of. I've used my investing.com for 10 years. But this is, you know, a little bit more, a different presentation. And it is also, this is also the free version. So financialjuice.com, investing.com, both free sources of information for you. Reporting, and that's really important. Anybody says they don't pay attention to reports and stuff is a you should question their trading. My bet would be they are an internet guru. And you'll likely never see them trade live. All right, so we're kind of on the cusp of a 12 to 1 statistic here. Obviously, it's not 12 yet, but the day is a bit directional or out of balance. Kind of coming back into it here, though. What you could basically read as an IB failure now. Back to the inside. I don't think that would be exactly, I wouldn't have any of the criteria I'm looking for, but the 12 to 1 trade or 12 to 1 statistic is if the market is relatively out of balance, and it pretty much is here, and we put in a high or low between 12 to 1, there is a high probability, kind of like the gap rules, only to do with 12 to 1. Actually, there's a high probability that we will exceed that high or low which was put in during 12 to 1 in the remainder of the RTH session. So there's that. And I'm going to take care of some stuff here and mute off so I don't be clearing my throat and coughing, whatever. If you're passing through the stream, thumbs up. Subscribe, it'd be an honor. I don't get monetized. This is not monetized in any way, and I do this for the subs and likes and the camaraderie of it. So drop something in the chat, and thanks for coming by every morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. Start with the analysis of the explanation for the stream, analysis of the ETH session that has gone before, and then the pre-market and the numbers, and set up and ready for the RTH trade. Thanks. I'd say the news conference isn't going very well. All the way down past settle and to value area low again. Ew. Now that does bring into play the 12-to-1 statistic, which I talked about just before just before noon. All the way across value here, that gap rule more than applied. I'm not sure why the data had quit. Doesn't seem to be, oh yeah, over here too. Rhythmic dropped off again. That's exactly what the story is. What is this crap? Don't ask me what that's about. That's pretty disappointing. The crackers. Stand here for days on end, and then you walk away and take a shower, have lunch, and all hell breaks loose. I don't know if I can. I don't really want to update this area right here. There is a way to delete and update the data, but I want to make sure that my trade stuff remains intact. And I frankly don't care about this bit right here. Further indication about the there's the 12-to-1 stat already. Is already in play. Here is 1231. I don't know where we are for 1, but and what the stat says is essentially like it's essentially like the gap. It says that if the market is out of balance, which it is, look at that spot here that I missed. If it's out of balance, which it is, and we make a new low or high, a new extreme between 12 and 1, that there's a high probability we will take that new high or low out in the remainder of the RTH session. So, boop, that's what happened here, I guess. And I'm not sure what's going on with the data, but I'm glad my trade is in the box and out of the way. See what happened here. Stupid. Okay, what's going on else? What's going on else? Yeah, that's magical. Okay, what is the little princess had to say? Oh, she's ended her remarks. There we go. At 1 o'clock. All right. Yeah, well. Oh, excuse me. Oh, boy. Well, are you working again, thing? I'd say so, I guess. Now I'm going to try to redo the data here and see what that does. This is not working very well. Something's amiss here. I don't know what it is, but definitely falling out of bed. So that 12-to-1 status really rocking. What this stupid red line there is all about is got no idea. Let's hope for the best. No, that's just irritating. Anytime I have issues like that, the first thing that strikes my mind is what else is not working. I realize that's probably a negative outlook, but there you are. There you have it. Well, quite the day, huh? Have a look at the, notice anything here? Ooh, look here. It's all breaking away. Those tariffs are working out great. Okay. At least the At least we've taken out that POC from yesterday and another new all-time high, I hear, apparently. No. Well, yes, actually. A new all-time high in the RTH, but still under the RTH1. Extended or electronic trading hours. I don't know how you... I don't know what's correct, actually. I was thinking this red line was tied to the trade position. I don't think IRT's having any fun today. I'll nurse it through till 1500 here. I think, I guess, I hope. Let me see what happens with the data. What the hell is going on? Let's have a look at the data. Base wizard. Let's look at the full maintenance here. Yes. It's still doing stuff. Why is it doing gold? I may strip out the subscriptions to those other instruments. That might be a good way to lighten this thing up. I had gold and crude up here in the quote page. I got rid of crude, but I had gold. Still have gold. So our heartbeat is beating. That's a good thing. Rhythmic is active. Okay. I'm happy about that. This stupid thing won't go away. Not happy about that. Around the park we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. What's happening over here? Is everybody all right? These are the micros. That looks okay. Naked volume points of control. Remember, we're at all-time highs, and there's been irrational exuberance going on. Or another way of saying that is somebody put, crack in the water cooler or whatever else. Those guys are going crazy. Kathy Wood is a cheerleader or whatever. Whichever one you like. Excuse me. In a sense, I have redundant now. First of all, it's important to remember that all of my screens are based on and driven by rhythmic data. So if rhythmic takes a dump, well, boof, there goes everybody. But I do have redundant trading and backup systems in that. As long as rhythmic's okay, if bookmap goes down, I still have IRT and I can trade from IRT. And the other way around. The only contact or touch that IRT has with bookmap are the price levels and high and low volume nodes. Everything else is either input by me directly or bookmap generated or plotted data. So there you go. This goofiness here is unfortunate, but I'm not going to refresh that data, because it deletes the historical data and then inputs new data, and I'm not positive if that will delete the trade data, which I want to have maintained. Or even though I've reviewed it, what is this crap? Huh. I don't know what's the matter here, but I'm going to try to nurse this through to 1500. I may have to just shut rhythmic down and start over again. That might have to do with the connection. I don't know. I guess I could shut it down now. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to stop the data. I'm going to shut rhythmic down. Rhythmic doesn't want to play nicely today. Okay. Give it a minute here to why we're having these issues here and these different window blinking and stuff. I have no clue. But it's not fun, I guess. Oh. Oh, that's IRT. Why is that doing that? Why did that shut down? I don't know. Huh. Pretty weird. IRT shut down. Oh, crazy. Okay. Here we come up again. And up comes Rhythmic, or whatever you call it, Investor RT. Let's see what it has to say now. Rhythmic. IRT really doesn't like to have no data. Seems to be okay on the weekends, but without Rhythmic running, you get a lot. I get a lot of complaining from it. I don't like the looks of this. My windows have disappeared. Okay, this is micros. Well, definitely not a good day for good day in the neighborhood for data. So very definitely use caution. My stuff is pretty stable. I'm on a 10 gig fiber optic connection, and I generally have excellent stability. So I hope you're doing better than me. This is definitely not good that the layout is empty. This is my 4K layout. This is the main layout for the system. That's pretty flippin' disappointing. I will have to rebuild that, I guess. God, I hate that. Layout is empty. Huh. Well, that's pretty disappointing. Well, that's just goddamn annoying, I'll tell you that right now. That's very, very annoying. The entire layout is gone, which is really disappointing because that's going to affect the levels. Windows are popping up all over the place. Crazy. Well, that's a bummer, having to rebuild the entire my entire layout for the ES here. Rebuilt this entire layout so far. Now I got to put the quote page in, and then why the layout disappeared, I have no idea. But it's obviously not having a good day here. The machine is acting up or something's going on. I don't know, but I don't like that. Even though it's still not right. You see that? That is not correct. When it starts doing stuff like that, it's having a problem with memory or something, and I'm over it. Be honest about it. Save the layout. Oh wait, save the layout is over here. Yeah, something's up. I'm going to leave it well enough alone for now. We have put in the 12 to 1. We have actually satisfied the 12 to 1. I've got my my winning trade for the day, my IB continuation trade in the locked in the books. So I'm not too disappointed here. The way this is operating, I'm pretty disappointed. And that looks about right, doesn't it? But you see how this is such delay and everything weird going on here? Yeah, I'm not going to push my luck here. I am going to save this layout, first of all. Okay, I'm going to back this sumbitch up so it doesn't happen again also, but not now. And I'm going to save this whole thing. And I'm going to follow the if it ain't broke, don't fix it principle here. Doing a lot of anomalous things that I'm not, what's this blue line all about? I'm not going to do a data update. I don't think that didn't work out very well the last time, apparently. So anyway, I apologize for that, but in the other hand, it's all back to normal, it appears. We're exporting. That's okay, seems like. Everything is running my levels. Let's check something here. Where is settle? Is 63.96 quarter. That's about right. 63.96 quarter. IB low is buried under here somewhere. Well, let's look at something else. What's the RTH low? 65. 63.65 half. That would be right. No, it's not. This says the RTH low is 63.6675. having fun now. I guess it heard me talking about it, wishing I could find a simpler program, and now it's mad, I guess. So I am going to just stand by and nurse this thing through till the close. RTH low is exactly on the previous low. Isn't that funny? Well, I got lazy last weekend. I took one of my workstations apart, and my Dell old one apart, and cleaned it all out and everything, which is a good thorough cleaning. I should have done that to this rack. This trading, the new one, the trading one here. Looks like we're back to business here. Are these things working out? The exports are exporting. Let's see what we've got. POC is at, well, that's it. They're aligned now, so that's a good thing. Remember how earlier this was up here somewhere? 64.23, right? And here we are, 64.23, so the POC is correct. You know, if you, something I pointed out before, if you're trading micros, don't depend on the fact that they are at the same levels. Here's a perfect example where they are not. It's a point different. Look at the discrepancy here in value area high. That doesn't seem even possible, does it? But it's across the board. Settlement's the same. Previous POC is substantially lower. The theory is that there's a much higher volume transacted in the micros. So one would assume that they're, damn it. Oh, I don't like that. One would assume then that I sure don't like the way this is reacting. Just get it through this session, and then I'm shutting everything down before the ETH, including the computer and whatever. So, yeah, sorry for a jerky, jumpy afternoon here, but hey, this is what happens. This is why you try to have redundant systems. And now I can log on to Rhythmic any place and get out of any kind of position that I might be in if that were the case. You want to be sure you've got a safety valve somewhere in case all hell breaks loose, right? We get lulled to sleep with the reliability of our IT situations these days. I am not sure what to think about this whole story right here, though. Oh, now we sold down, and now we sold right down to yesterday's lows, and now we're coming back up again, you see. They don't like all this talk. The market doesn't like the tariff story, and in my analysis, and it's certainly not just mine, it's some other very, knowledgeable financial folks. The reason that the market has been going higher is because of in order to make money first, of course, and second of all is to give a vote of confidence to the Fed's position to hold their ground and do what they're supposed to do, not what they're being told to do by administration. Because everybody that's a financial or and knowledgeable, person knows that would be a disaster right now. And so that is the reason why the markets have been going up to all-time highs. And that the economy is strong. But that the threat of inflation, especially with the uncertainty around tariffs, that conversation is still going on, like it just started, like it started 3 months ago. We think we're going to have a deal. I'm going to put this tariff on this guy tomorrow. I'm going to take this tariff off. It's the same crap. How in the world can they plan? How can anybody plan that? How can business people plan for that? And so, therefore, that's where we are. As far as I'm concerned. Let's see what this Armory Crate's got to say about the system here. This is the Armory Crate is the motherboard and utility here. Oops, sorry. Temperatures, GPU. See, this stuff is all well within specs. No big deal whatsoever. I mean, if you want to stop, want to think about it. And what's the usages? Where the hell did that go? I have no additional devices. I'm not overclocking. It's a 12th gen i9 12900K, 64 gigs of 4800 DRAM. I might look at updating the BIOS. I'm just running through this because it might be interesting to someone. And I don't know. If it isn't, well, there you go. I'm not sure what speed or how to tell what speed the fan is on here. Voltages are okay. Ah, here we go. Here's the fan. You see the fans are CPU usage is only 13%. GPU is only 20%. RAM is 29%. How in the Christ could it be having lags and stuff? I mean, look at these usages over here. CPU fan isn't even turning. And now it is. That's the liquid cooler. And and two other case fans. And the GPU fan and well, I'll have to give this a look later, I guess. This is the problem that I run into every time I open this up, and the usages are essentially nothing. 9% of the CPU, 21% of the GPU, and 29% of the RAM. So it doesn't look to me like it ought to be choking on anything, is my point, I guess. If anybody watching this knows better, or I'm missing something stupid, whistle, sing out, drop something in the chat, whatever. So I am going to leave well enough alone here and just nurse this thing through, having rebuilt my mini layout. Why it disappeared, who the hell knows? Well, here's a problem right here. Data is off. Now, why did the data not restart? I didn't turn it off. Looks like the SPXSO is having a problem. That is just that's a chart that doesn't really matter. Why isn't the data? There we go. Now we got the heartbeat running again. Why that data was off, I have no clue. This thing seems to be having a problem. And here we are again. Rhythmic has fallen off again. Right there, the data's down. And there's our old friend, session expired, account is unassigned. What the hell? This is absolutely no good here. And why it does that all the time, I don't know. That's pretty disappointing. Pretty darn disappointing there, Alice. Alice Bitokas. Now, one thing I will say, I don't have a backup rhythmic. I did have, but I got tired of paying $40 a month to an additional $40 a month for a rhythmic connection with MBO data. You know, it can just get overwhelming between Bookmap and one rhythmic connection for Bookmap with MBO data and IRT and DTNIQ can get kind of overwhelming. So what I'm thinking is there's a problem. This particular rhythmic connection, because it is part and parcel of the combine, it comes through TopStep. So I get charged $40, the standard $40 a month on top, because I get level 2 data, obviously. But I'm wondering if they're having a drama over there, which is, you know, nothing I can do about. But I don't, the point of the story is I don't have a backup rhythmic connection, which I used to have, but as I said, tired of paying an additional $40 a month that I never use. You know, it is 99.9% of the time stable and up. So having that connection just living back there for $40 a month, never doing anything, didn't make a lot of sense to me. That can also explain for IRT being jumpy and jerky. It really doesn't like doing anything without a data connection, because they're real. I think the truth of the matter is this thing is calling home every 15 seconds to make sure you paid, you paid your bill, which is pretty disappointing, but I believe that. I do think that's a large part of it. So let's see if I'm going to try to open up that crate. The Armory crate again and see if those values make sure that we've got the heartbeat pumping. And it doesn't look like we have. This is not good here. With just black, there should be blue. There we go. Blue going across it like that. Why that's happening, I don't know. CPU usage is now 15%. GPU is 18. Still nothing. CPU heated up a little bit when I fired this up. We are getting the heartbeat, and we do have data plotting. Yeah. This is the CPU and this is the chipset. GPU is temperature is great. No usage here of any kind that matters. I give up. Maybe I don't know how I have the fan going. I think it may be automatic. I'll have to look, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to just see if I can get through the, nurse it through the session. Boy, look at this. This is a 24 tick Renko. And in order to get the session on, I've got to have it wound in so tight you can't even see the bars. A lot of volume passing through. I wonder if that's still working. Let's keep our fingers crossed here. This is that SPX that it's been bitching about, but it seems to be working to me. Yeah, 159% volume. Wow. That's a lot. And tomorrow is non-farm payroll. I'm going to just save this. First of all, save the layout. Boy, I don't like it when it starts doing that crap. Okay. I'm going to just keep my fingers crossed and my mouth shut here until I've got until it's over. Wow, I'm glad I got my trading out of the way first, early, whatever. So kind of keep my fingers crossed, my toes crossed, and my eyes crossed, and everything else, and see if we can get out of this day alive here. Warm my water. Well, I'm pretty disappointed here. Okay, so we're in the power hour now. So that's a good thing. Safe and sound in the power hour. If you want to look back at the day, what was the context? Well, it's been burp, burp. It's just been a steady, sell the pullbacks and down you go. Contrary to the typical buy the dip philosophy in the NQ. I wish I'd have done that many different times, I'll tell you. We're five handles wide here on the, they're 5 handles high over here, so use extreme caution. Bear that in mind for sure, huh? Try to get this out to 2 handles and you can barely get everything on. That's what happens when we have a big range. And what is our range today? 66 to 102. No, that's ETH. Okay, never mind. 90 points. Wow. 90 handles on the ES. And I thought I was pretty clever taking. Look at my T2 right here. And I am still pretty happy, but look where we got. Double that or more. 63.66 from 64.14. So there's 70 more handles times 4 point to get ticks below my T2 up here. I can't do that because for all the reasons I described earlier, to do with it wouldn't be valid in the data set being used to vet the particular setup. So that's why I don't do it. However, once that mode is over with and the setup has been vetted and you're in that trade, then you're obviously doing trade management a different way, trying to get as much of this meat off the bone as you can get. Let the runners run or the winners run, and cut the losers short. All those old tired sayings, which are in fact very true. And we're coming down here for another test, I would guess. Assuming the stuff holds up, we're going to be rounding the final curve here pretty quick. Heading up for 1500. The cash close. At that point, I closed down the stream, and it will be back up again 0800 tomorrow morning. Had one trade here for 60 ticks with no heat. That's just fine with me. Had some issues with data. You can see where Rhythmic dropped out here again. I will restart everything and see if I get to the bottom of all of this. What that might be, I don't know. All of a sudden my Outlook just started downloading stuff, so there must be, maybe they're in, who knows, you know, there could be somebody cut down a pole outside somewhere and then took down the fiber. I don't know. Who the hell knows? I'm only able to worry about my connection integrity inside, you know, this side of the pole. So I am going to be cleaning everything out, and is maintenance I should do, but having looked at the Armory crate, there's no temperature issues. Should be more than enough computer to do everything I need to do, and when I look at the percentage of utilization, it's Zippo. So I don't know. You know, I don't quite understand that. I don't understand why there's a problem. Why there would be a lag or a, you know, hiccup or whatever else. But I'm going to do some in-depth digging with some of my colleagues here. See if somebody else has an opinion of what's up. Anybody on, you know, here in the chat that's got some, you know, throw in their 2 cents about what they think the issue is, that would be super. It doesn't seem like many people. A lot of lurkers here. It doesn't seem like many speak up for whatever reason. I know that this stream is dubbed into several different languages, so maybe that's got something to do with it. But hey, if you're, you know, speaking Vietnamese or Portuguese or Spanish or whatever it is, French, drop it in here. We're a pretty international family here. Look at how slow this is. I'm rolling the mouse now. There we go. Rolling the mouse in or out, and it's just jerky and not smooth, and something is definitely wrong. I don't know what it is. But I do know it's irritating. And I see no reason for it. That's the next part. It is processing a hell of a lot of volume, 159% over normal, over average for this period of time. So, you know, and a lot of this stuff is going through at tick level. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe some of the things that I don't really use, I need to get rid of or streamline in some way. Do you know what I mean? Looks to me like heartbeat is falling over again. Do you look up here? Should be, there's a blue sequence coming, so there's some data coming through now. But that's typically just, you know, moving. And here we go to a new low. Well, not yet, but. So there's two IB continuation trades here. The one I took right here. And here's another one. Look at here. Through the IB. Test right to the IB. There's your trigger. And aren't you a happy camper? No heat and down you go again. There would have been two of them. It'll be pretty funny if I find out that all this lagging and delay has got something to do with the music or whatever, because that is also pushed on this same machine. Everything that goes through OBS. I might be able to fix that, actually. I'll have to look into that. I have a couple more channels available on my mixer. I could probably bring that from my other machine into the mixer, and then it would go to OBS. Well, so I guess that would still be part of the problem. Could still be a problem. Right now, my trading Rhythmic, Bookmap, IRT, and the music epidemic, Financial Juice, and investing.com are, and then of course OBS are running on this machine, and it's pushing everything to OBS and to the stream. So maybe, I don't know, I could shut down this thing, I guess. It might have something to do with it. The problem is the fact that as I was just, we were just looking at here, that it pull up Armory Crate, and everything's running at about, a third capacity. How the hell does that work? I wonder what happens if you do the task manager here. Sorry about that. Task manager, okay. CPU's running 24%, memory's running 29%. Disk is 24, network is 4. Rhythmic seems to, IRT seems to be completely falling over because I've got this, I started this task manager up in that window. Let's see, IRT. Wow, it doesn't want to play nice with task manager and this damn label, or the look at that thing go. That is not good, even remotely not good. I have no clue what's the matter with that thing, but I definitely don't like that. What a complete crock of It seems like it's having a big problem keeping up, or get rid of the task manager and see if this comes back to life. It's just jumping and jerking all over the place here. Crazy. One thing about IRT that I do not like, these windows are all independent. They're not within the window container, and they say they very definitely recommend not to have them this way. For me, I would just as soon have this application container, have these windows, these tabs, case closed. But this is a separate window, the main one. Each one of these is a separate window. I can move it, to any screen I want, anywhere I want to put it within these stuff. And I understand the flexibility of that, but I've never really liked that feature of it. It's fine if you want to take the, take the window out or whatever else. But I like to be able to have them all in one container, and then they're all, for example, if I wanted to grab this header, I would like to be able to just grab this header and take the view exactly as you see it now to the other screen. Impossible. You got to move each component, the main screen, toolbar, quote pages, each chart by itself. I find that ridiculous. And we've crossed the Great Divide around that final curve and headed for the home stretch. So at the risk of breaking something here, let's take a run through the roses and see where we are. We have the, of course, we have the market on close orders, which will be coming up at 1450. We've put in a new bottom. Much lower. Big drop off in the NQ. 23,305 to 20. Wow. Holy shit. Really? 700 handles. 400 handles, sorry. 700 handles in the NQ. Wow. 752 to 305. More than that, actually. 450 or 445 handles. Holy crap, that's a lot. Here's what a great response, what the market thinks of the condition right now, and all the tariff talk and threats and everything right there. Here's our daily market profile chart, which is, or TPO, time price opportunity, whatever you want to say. And how slow that is to react. And we're at negative percentage change across the board. This is, these are the ES mini charts, by the way. And 90 handles on the ES. Pretty obvious level line in the sand there for some reason, and they're got some liquidity above it that they seem to be defending for whatever reason. No real big earth-shaking liquidity above us. Closest thing we got to look a little bit scary is 217, 214, and 227 way up here. So we had the trade here, which was a textbook IB continuation with all the signs, pointing in the right direction. Context was down, market was a bit directional, not anything like it is now, of course, but you got to remember that this is what we could see, what I could see this morning. But right there, this bit. I don't know, I wish I could do that. Anyway, we came down through, time was correct. We were substantially past 9:30, which is the first 1 hour, and that is when the IB statistic is in play. If I can do this without breaking everything, I'm about half spooked to to do anything here. Like, look at that. What caused all of that? IRT just jumped all over the place. It's irritating. So here we are. It's 9:30. We have been trading this area here only. We come down through and take the statistic right here. Now the initial balance statistic has been satisfied to the IB low. We test up, down. That's the qualifying price action parameter. We come up here a little bit lower than there, can't get anywhere, and this is my entry. So I consider that the trigger. The risk neutral 2-lot bracket automatically puts in the stop, the T1 target, T2 target. We set these up before the open this morning, and I went through that in the stream in the pre-market. That is done right here. Risk neutral 2-lot package, which is the minimum because the risk neutral setup has to be with an even number of contracts. The stop is for all of the contracts in the package. And whatever number you determine the stop to be for your risk appetite, your account size, the volatility of the market. If you want, some people use ATR, some people use harmonic rotation. Once you have this stop in ticks identified and set, then the T1 profit target risk neutral scale is set in stone. It's automatic because it is for half of the package and it is for the same exact number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then the balance of the package you can split up in runners. This is for a 2-lot. This would be for a 4-lot. 4 contracts, 12 ticks, meaning there's got to be 2 contracts at 12 ticks positive, and then you can break the runners up. So that's set in stone. I don't even remember when I built these originally, but every day that's activated. You can go to the pre-market and see. And at that point, the minute the trade is on, that multi-bracket functionality sets the stop and the targets. And this green line indicates break even. The minute this profit target is taken, the green line goes up to the stop, and the worst that can happen to the trade is a scratch. Now I'm riding free on a 1-lot. And just sit back and wait. And there's T2. Okay, I didn't take it, of course, but there's a very similar setup right here. We trade up here a bit to the VWAP. VPOC migrates below. We come down through the IB to the VWAP, or VPOC, I'm sorry. Test back up, don't get anywhere. Test back up, don't get that far. Either one of these would be a qualified trigger for the IB continuation, another one. and down you go. There's your, you know, your risk neutral break even scale would be right about here someplace, and well past your T2. And here we are now. After a couple of data drop-offs, and we have about 5 minutes to until the market on close orders. Well, there's something really wrong there, and that just irritates the crap out of me. I guess you can probably figure that out, huh? I'm sort of a little bit of history here, I guess. I'm not the most, you know, I'm no Einstein, but I'm fairly technical. And I have I've had other endeavors in my life where I've been a commercial pilot and, you know, I've sailed boats and stuff. So having things work right and I've always believed that if I give myself the most advantage I can technically with equipment, for example, that's a big advantage for me. And when it comes to trading, I feel exactly the same way. And I build my own machines as a result of that. So I can pick and match the parts and all these kind of things. I've had real good success with that. And when we moved back here from Asia in late 21, when we moved here from Asia in late 21, I built this trading machine. Previously, I had used Ryzen 9s. I didn't have the money for a Threadripper because I thought it was a little bit much for this. Trading is really not a super GPU or CPU intensive. It's not like gaming where you're doing ray tracing and light computations and all this kind of stuff, you know, billions of computations a second. It is not that heavy at all, really, graphically. So I built what I thought was the best computer at the time, which was an i9 12900K 12th gen Intel. With, I don't know, 30 cores or something. The cores are funny in that thing. It scales up some weird way. But anyway, plenty of cores and 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. Never had that. Only ever had DDR4 up until that point. And a 3060, I think it is, NVIDIA RTX GPU with 12 gigs of RAM. And then, of course, you know, power supply and all that stuff, which is neither here nor there. But, and I was quite confident that was a real well-built and more than sufficient machine for doing this. And I'm not convinced of that at this point. This kind of stuff never happened on my Ryzen machines. And, you know, I would never have it. I'd be murdered if I tried to take my last trading machine back, because that's my daughter's gaming machine. So, you know, that would be try that at your own risk kind of a deal. And the problem with this i9 an Intel thing is I can't just pull out the chip and put in a different one or whatever else, because it's a special, you know, as typical, right? It's a special socket and a bunch of crap. I would have to switch out the motherboard. I could use the RAM and this, you know, GPU and that stuff, but I'd have to switch out the motherboard. The liquid cooler, you know, all of that would be interchangeable in the case, but I hate to do that. And it's only on 22, 23, 24, 25. Only 3.5 years old. You wouldn't think that'd be a problem, would you? I wouldn't. And there is the market on close orders. Bam. Exactly nothing. A big nothing burger. We don't even have them on the agenda yet here. There we go. Ooh, 2,925,000,000 S&P contracts on the buy. 610 million NASDAQ contracts to buy. 690 million Dow 30s and 608 million Mag 7s. Imagine 2,925,000,000 contracts. Multiply that by $12.50, and that's how much that order would, those orders would cost, or would fluctuate every tick. I can't do it. I can't get a billion. I can't certainly get a trillion, or straight in my head. So I'm not going to get a billion in there very good. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. And here we have the big sell-off into the close. A new low of day. Well, where the hell are we now? A new low of day. So they are just letting the boys inside the Beltway know how displeased they are with their tomfoolery here. I guess. And don't forget that tomorrow now we're going to have in non-farm payroll. So that's 0730. Tomorrow, actually, I will start the stream early. I'll start the stream early tomorrow to capture the non-farm payroll. So probably 7 o'clock, I guess, or problem with doing that is then after non-farm and there's a big flash in the pan, then I have to wait around for another hour and a half making up stuff to say, filling the dead air. I'll have to give that some thought. Maybe I won't do that. I won't trade the non-farm, and my motivation for having these streams so long, which I talk about in the pre-market, is that I have a very definite and strong commitment to never, given my word, to never take a trade on these accounts off stream. Because the purpose for this stream is the complete transparency and accountability, for my journal, for my journey. And the second, the original reason for it was my virtual trading journal, which I also just talk about in the pre-market at the beginning of the stream. So therefore, that's why the stream is so long and it goes through the full day, the full cash market, because I don't want a situation where I see a trade set up that it fits in my wheelhouse and I won't take it because of the it's not on the stream. So that's the reason. And I will probably, and therefore, I'm not planning to trade the non-farm payroll. I am interested to watch it. So it's not really tantamount that I have the stream up and running. I'll think about it. I guess it's only one time a month. So likely I will have it up then. And here comes all of that liquidity jamming in there. Yesterday was quite the show at the, this is the cash close at 1500, right? Yesterday was quite the show. They basically pulled it all the way across to the other side after 1500 in that, the curb trade that they used to call it. And I'll be real anxious to, man, this thing is just not having a good day. Look at that crap. Boy, that's painful, huh? And I don't know what the story is. I guess it looks to me to be strictly an IRT problem. Obviously, Bookmap is chugging right along over here. And there's a migrating VPOC, but not sure if that, where are we here? 10,000. Yeah, that is the full session, because you see the the size here. Remember that the location of the POC is the volume POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded in the session. There we were with 10,000, and now we're down here at 13. So there you go. And that is, in fact, oh, now I'm getting all excited here. Come on. Jesus. And you know, I struggle and do all of these things, and then there's colleagues and traders in the traders lab, and I think one or two maybe in static that are trading off their phone and a remote desktop connection back to their house or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I'm having enough trouble keeping everything running here with the most expensive gear I could build at the time, or I could afford to build it with at the time. And maybe one of these, maybe this next time I will just bite the bullet and, 128K and a Threadripper 8 or 7 maybe. And then not think about it. The light part of this build, but I don't believe it has any effect on what's happening, is the GPU. Because was not top of the mark at that time. It's a 3060. It's a NVIDIA RTX 3060 GeForce. But we were just talking about and looked at here, the GPU, CPU, and RAM are all about a third utilized. Well, what the hell is that? So there we are. There's the cash close, and that's one day in the bag. A good trade, 60 ticks, no heat, one trade. Can't beat that with a stick. This is the analysis of it here. Entry time, exit time, total time in, the whole shooting match, number of ticks, P&L. Unfortunately, in this one, it does put it in dollars. It doesn't put it in, it does ticks, but it also puts it in dollars. One thing about this analysis that makes no sense to me, this is favorable excursion, and this is adverse excursion. This trade at no point had an adverse excursion from the entry, and certainly more than 12 ticks favorable excursion. I'm going to have to go back into the book map, whatever, FAQs or whatever it is, and that makes no sense to me. This is maximum adverse excursion. Means how far did the price move against your position while you were in this trade? Maximum favorable excursion, how far did the price move in your favor during this trade when you didn't take it off? Well, that didn't right either. This would be the maximum favorable excursion would be, where all those poor suckers at Apex are getting burned on that when they get their trailing loss limit is based on intraday non-earned profit. I just can't believe, every time I think of that, I can't believe anybody does that, but they do, and okay. I'm sure there's something I'm missing, but just makes no sense. All right, so I am going to call it a night. Be good to yourself, be good to your family, go out for a walk, get away from the screens. Rest your eyes, rest your brain, be fresh and good night's sleep. No tilt for tomorrow's extravaganza. You're trading ETH hours. Well, good morning and welcome to work. Have a good one. Yeah. Now I'll set everything down and reboot at 1600. For now, the stream is off, and I will restart the stream tomorrow at 0700. Anticipation, or pretty close to that, or anticipation for the non-farm payroll.